Good afternoon and welcome to this 18-inning game between the SouthArk Stars and Three Rivers Malvern. On the mound for the Stars will be Colin McKenzie, the freshman getting his first start of the fall. And looks like we're still waiting for umpires to show up, so we'll see how long that takes. I guess if they don't show up, we'll have players being umpires today, so should be an interesting day. And wind's blowing out at about 15 miles an hour, so it's going to be a long day for pitchers. And as the Stars take the field, Colin McKenzie heads out to the mound. And behind the plate will be number 24, Gavin Murphy. At first base, Kate Abear. Second base, Alex Showalter. At short, Kenner Lauterbach. And at third base is Gabe Kutenkooler. And in the outfield from left to right will be Ty Simonelli, Kyle Tolley, and Dawson Szymanski. And looks like the head coach for the Stars, Cannon Lester, will be behind the mound calling balls and strikes. Should expect a pretty wide zone, a very pitcher-friendly zone. And looks like helping him out in the field will be Logan Gibson down the first base line. He'll be the other umpire. And we'll get ready for the first pitch as a batter steps in. And first pitch fastball fouled to the right and out of play. 0-1 the count. And another fastball. This one going to be low and away. Evens it up at 1 apiece. And looks like another fastball grounded to the shortstop. Kenner has it, and the throw to first will be not in time as Abear makes the pick. And Three Rivers will have a leadoff single to start this one. And it looks like there'll be a third umpire down the third base line. Will Turner, another pitcher for the Stars, not in the lineup today. And the fastball, attempted bunt, and that'll be 0-1 now. So a runner on first, nobody out, and a 0-1 count. And a pick to first, and not in time as no tag applied by Abear, and likely just trying to wear him out so he can't steal second base. Another pick, and this one a little bit closer but not in time. And the fastball fouled straight back. 0-2 count now. And another pick to first base. No tag. fastball that time going to be low. 1-2 now. And the fastball off the hands that time is really got jammed inside. Things stay 1-2. And yet to really see anything but fastball from McKenzie so far in this one. And another pick to first, no tag. And the slider that time catches the inside corner. And that'll be the first strikeout of the day. So 1 on, 1 out here in the first. And the 3-hole lefty coming into bat for Three Rivers. And the fastball swung on and missed. And trying to catch up to the fastball that time, 0-1. And another pick to first base, no tag. And the runner takes off for second. The throw from Murphy. And throw just a bit offline to the shortstop side, as there'll be a runner on second now as he makes the 90 feet trip. And the count 1-1. And the fastball that time, chest high, called up, 2-1. And the pick to second and the throw offline. And Lauterbach able to get a glove on it and keep it in the infield. Things stay 2-1. And just 1 out here in the first, as McKenzie takes a quick step off the mound. And another fastball low and away, swung on and missed, evens things back up at 2 apiece. And that one, check swing and just caught enough of the bat for a foul ball. Things stay at 2-2. And that one shot past the third baseman, Cooler, as that one makes its way into left. Ty has it, and he'll throw it into second base. The throw gets there in time, and the runner will be tagged out at second as a run comes in to score. So Three Rivers takes a quick lead, as they'll take a 1-0 lead with 2 outs now here. And they record their first hit of the game. And pitch that time swung on, low and away. Quick 0-1 count. And the fastball lined into center, and Tolley will settle under it for the 3rd out. So we'll head to the bottom of the first as Three Rivers gets on the board 1-0. And we'll see how the Stars respond. And welcome back for the bottom of the first. As the leadoff hitter for the Stars will be number 38, Kenner Lauterbach. And he'll step in now to get the Stars off and running. And the first pitch coming from the lefty. And fastball that time outside, 1-0. And the fastball that time right down Main Street. Evens things up at 1 apiece. So the 1-1 now to Lauterbach. And the curveball grounded to the shortstop. He'll make the throw, and it'll be in time for the first out. And they'll bring in the 2-hole Dawson Szymanski for the Stars. Szymanski 2 home runs in the Stars game Saturday against LCU. And 6 home runs on the fall so far, as he'll leave the curveball outside, 1-0. And the fastball that time up and away, 2-0. Curveball again outside. 3-0 the count now to Szymanski. And likely trying to shrink the zone a little bit. And he'll let the fastball right down the middle go by. 3-1. And the fastball that time on the outer part of the plate. And fouled straight back. Full count now. And coaching in the boxes today for the Stars will be Coach Dow and down the third base line, and down the first base line is Bo Kutencooler. And curveball that time going to be outside, and Szymanski will head down to first base. So a runner on first with 1 out, and that'll bring in Gavin Murphy. Murphy also had a great day at the plate on Saturday at LCU. Went 5 for 5. And it looked like changeup that time, low, ball 1. Murphy and the fastball lined into left field, and it'll be another single. So runners at first and second now, as that'll bring in the Stars cleanup hitter, Jacob Ambrose. Ambrose, on the all-region team last year for the Stars, and the returning catcher. Split some time with Ryan Riggs behind the plate last year. Riggs playing at Fort Smith now. And he'll take the fastball down the middle, 0-1. So 1 out and runners at first and second. And waiting on deck is the first baseman, Cade Hebert. And the curveball that time outside, and the back pick to first, not in time as the throw was offline. And Murphy just able to get under the tag. 1-1 the count. And this Stars offense much different than it was last year, as that fastball lined into Lessman. Szymanski rounds third and heads for home. The throw's offline, and he will be home safely as Murphy makes his way to second, and Ambrose will have to settle for first base. So that ties things up here, 1 apiece. And just 1 out now for the Stars. And same situation, runners at first and second. And the curveball that time catches the outside part of the plate, 0-1. And another lefty-lefty matchup for Hebert, is that's pretty much all he's been dealt with so far this year. And another curveball right down the middle this time, 0-2. So So quickly an 0-2 spot.
Right here, A-Bear. Let's go.
And another curveball swung on and missed for strike 3. And that'll be the second out of the inning now. And I'll bring in Kyle Tolley, hitting in the 6 hole for the Stars today. Center fielder, one of 2 returners on this Stars lineup, as he takes that fastball high in the air into left field. And the wind's blowing, and the center fielder will come over to make the play for the 3rd out. So we'll head to the top of the 2nd. Score now tied 1 apiece. And welcome back as we get ready for the top of the 2nd. And McKenzie back out on the mound for the Stars, as he'll be asked to go another inning here. And the Stars so far this fall typically stick to a pitch count limit with most of their guys. Most of them typically only go 2 innings. And the first pitch fastball up in the zone, swung on and missed. And 0-1 count to start the inning. And another fastball swung on and missed. This one low, and doing a good job of changing eye level. And McKenzie working really quick now. And that one blooped into right field. And Szymanski will field the ball, as Three Rivers will start out the inning with a single. And nobody out. And the bunt attempt going to be pulled back, as that one high and away, 1-0. And the fastball that time grounded to the third baseman. Kutencooler throws it to second in time, and the Stars will turn the double play with Showalter at second base. And a good job of McKenzie to get out of it, as they'll have 2 outs now here in the 2nd. And that'll bring in the 3rd batter of the inning. And McKenzie looking to go 1-2-3. And that one just going to be outside, 1-0. And that one looked a little bit more like a changeup, as the fastball up and in misses as well, 2-0. And that one grounded to third base. Kutencooler running in. The throw to first in time for the 3rd out, and a quick inning for the Stars. So we'll head to the bottom of the 2nd now. Score still tied at 1 apiece. And welcome back as we get ready for the bottom half of the second. And coming up to bat for the Stars will be the second baseman, Alex Showalter. Showalter, a couple home runs on the fall so far. And waiting behind him is Ty Simonelli, had a home run against LCU as well on Saturday. And the curveball that time drops in. 0-1 the count on the backdoor curveball. And looked like changeup that time. And that one's blooped over to right field. And it's going to drop, as it looked like the sun got in the first baseman's eyes. And the umpire going to be calling it foul. So 0-1 now, or 0-2. And that one grounded to the third baseman, and it'll get under his glove, and there'll be no throw as Showalter reaches on an error. Hey. So they'll bring in the lefty, Ty Simonelli. And he'll come in with nobody out and a runner on first. And that one lined up the middle, and it's going to be just out of reach of the second baseman. Showalter is going to be kept at second base. And there'll be runners on first and second base now, nobody out. And they'll bring in Gabe Kutenkeuler, freshman from Sheridan, hitting in the 9-hole. And first pitch going to be in the dirt, and Showalter takes off for third, and he'll be called safe as Simonelli moves up to second base as well. I think Gabe's older brother, Bo, coaching first base right now for the Stars. And the fastball lined into left field as that'll bring around Showalter. Simonelli rounds third, heads home, and 2 runs will come around to score, and the throw to first to get Kutenkeuler will not be in time. And score now 3-1 Stars. And they'll bring up the top of the lineup as Kenner steps back in. And a pickoff move to first, and not in time as Kutenkeuler makes the break back for first base. And fastball that time outside. And the fastball that time flied into left field. The left fielder heading back and looks to have settled under it. And he will make the play for the first out of the inning. So 1 out now as Dawson Szymanski comes back up to the plate. Szymanski worked a walk his last time up after being in a 3-0 count, and pitcher worked his way to full, and Szymanski found his way to first base. And the fastball low that time, going to be laid off, 1-0. And as I mentioned earlier, the wind blowing out at about 10 to 15 miles an hour to right center. And Szymanski's going to get under that one and foul it out of play, 1-1. And it looked like the hit and run might have been on that time, as Szymanski unable to get it on the ground to the right side of the infield. really large hole right now as a second baseman playing pretty close to the bag. And the pick to first not in time as Cooter makes his way back. And Dawson hits that one as well. This one into shallow right, and the right fielder calling for it, and will make the grab for the second out of the inning. And that'll leave Cooter at first with 2 outs now. And coming up to hit, number 24, Gavin Murphy.
Not too much, not too much.
Nicknamed Big Oil by the team. And another pick to first. This one, quick move and not in time. As Murphy settles back into the box. And another pick to first. Cooter took off, and he will be tagged out as they were able to get the ball to second base in time. And that'll bring it into the inning. So we'll head to the top of the third. Score 3-1. And Murphy will be back up to bat for the Stars here in a moment. And Colin McKenzie coming back out for his third inning of work after 2 quick innings. And back here for the top of the third, and McKenzie, first pitch fastball up and out of play, and 1-0 count to start the inning. And the peanut gallery here in the press box making itself known as the slider that time low and away, 1-1. And the slider that time grounded to the shortstop. Lauterbach the throw to first. And it'll be in plenty of time as that'll be the first out of the inning. So 1 out now here in the third. And the fastball grounded down the third baseline. Cooter unable to make the play, and he'll run after the ball, and he'll get it in. And what'll likely be called as a hit, as a tough play in the hot corner. So there'll be a runner at first now with 1 out. And coming up to hit will be the 9-hole for 3 Rivers. And the slider that time in the batter's box, 1-0. As the batter able to get out of the way of it. And the fastball that time called low, 2-0 now. And McKenzie done a good job so far of getting ground balls and limiting hard contact. And looks like he finally got a pitch that he liked. And the fastball that time up 3-0. So 3-0 the count now with 1 out and a runner on first. And that fastball just under the letters, 3-1. And the fastball in that time, swung on and missed. 3-2 the count. So the full count coming. And that one blooped into over by the second baseman. Showalter will make the grab. And the throw to the first baseman offline. So they'll have to be content with just the 1 out. And they'll bring in the top of the order now. 2 outs. And the slider that time drops back in. 0-1 the count. And another slider that time doesn't come back in. 1-1. As looked to be about neck high. And the fastball off the hands, and nobody's really going to be able to get it in time, as Abear didn't know if it was his to take. So there'll be runners at first and second now with 2 outs. And McKenzie continuing to limit the hard contact as that one just barely off the hands. So 2 outs now for McKenzie and 2 runners on. And the fastball that time called up by the umpire. 1-0. And that's one of those calls could really go either way, but Coach Lester likes to be hard on his players. And that one going to be low and away as well, 2-0. And the fastball that time swung on and fouled out of play down the right side. 2-1 the count. And that fastball driven into left field, and that one's going to be deep. It's back, and it's going to be off the net as Simonelli makes the grab. And the throw going to be offline. And 2 runs will come around to score off the hit. And that'll tie things back up at 3 apiece. And first hard contact of the day now for McKenzie. Still 2 outs, and they're going to say that he went around. 0-1 the count. And that one soft liner back up the middle, and it's going to get into center field. And the throw to home offline. And another run will come around to score as Three Rivers takes the lead on the RBI single. And McKenzie cut the throw off from center field himself. And typically the first baseman takes that one, but Be a runner at first now with 2 outs. And the fastball is swung on and missed, 0-1. Score 4-3 in favor of Three Rivers, as that one foul tip and Murphy able to hang on to it behind the plate. So 0-2 the count. And just 1 strike away from getting out of it, as he'll ramp up the fastball for the 3rd out. So we'll head to the bottom of the 3rd. The score now 4-3 in favor of Three Rivers. And we'll be right back. And coming up to lead off here in the bottom of the 3rd is Gavin Murphy. And the first pitch fastball that time high and up. 1-0 the count to Murphy. And the breaking ball that time in the dirt. 2-0 as Murphy hangs off of it. And that one lined into left center. It's going to get in the gap, as Murphy will be heading to second as Kuhn-Kuhler waves him around. And he will be up at second with a standing double to start the inning for the Stars. And I'll bring in the cleanup hitter, Jacob Ambrose, with nobody out and a runner in scoring position. Ambrose, one of the 2 starters for the Stars here today that were in the lineup last year when they went to the World Series. And he'll take that first pitch fastball low. 1-0 the count. And the breaking ball comes back through the back door, 1-1. And that one lined into center field as Ambrose gets it. It's going to be off the net, and it'll be a home run.
I got a whole lot of money. Y'all it for me. Bottle key, popping that water bag, jacking. It's a party, it's a party, it's a party.
And Ambrose makes his way around the bases as the home run gets over the center field fence, and likely had to be over 390 feet to clear the fence the way it did. And that'll give the Stars the lead back. 5-4 now. So both teams with 6 hits. Stars 5 runs, 3 Rivers 4. And pitching coach now out of the dugout for Three Rivers, having a conversation with the pitcher. And he's in his 3rd inning of work. And from most teams in the fall, 3 innings is about all you really want to see out of anybody. really just trying to get him in shape for the spring. And Cade Abear will come up to hit for the Stars. As he lines that fastball into right center, the right fielder running after it. It's going to get to the wall. And Abear running into second base. And he'll slide for safety that time. And he'll be in with a double on the first pitch of the at-bat. So nobody out, and a runner on second once again. And they'll bring in Kyle Tolley. Tolley, a redshirt sophomore for the Stars this year. As a curveball inside, 1-0. Tolley been with the Stars his entire college career so far. And been here every year that the Stars have had a baseball program as they head into their third year. And he'll swing on the fastball, lifted towards the right-hand side. And the second baseman running after it, he misses it. The right fielder has it. And Tolley running the whole time will be standing on second. And Abear will make his way into third base. And tough ball as the Bermuda Triangle strikes again. So once again, nobody out, and runners at second and third now. And I'll bring in the second baseman, Alex Showalter. Showalter, a Texas native from Birdville High School. And he'll swing on the first pitch curveball, and he's under and around it at the same time. 0-1 the count. And Showalter did have a couple ABs in the spring for the Stars. Unfortunately, suffered an injury to his wrist that cut his season short. And he'll line that curveball back at the second baseman. And a good piece of hitting going the opposite way, as that'll be the first out of the inning. And they'll bring in the left fielder now, Ty Simonelli. Simonelli, a transfer for the Stars. Transferred in from Bossier Parish this year. And the first pitch breaking ball comes in for strike one. And the pitcher now working almost exclusively with his off-speed and breaking ball after the couple hits given up with the fastball as the curveball breaks down the middle once again. So 0-2 the count to Simonelli. And one out and two runners in scoring position. And he'll swing on the fastball away for strike three. So 2 outs now. And I'll bring in the 9-hole hitter, Gabe Cootencooler. So Cootencooler comes in, and a spot to really give the Stars a pretty good lead. And that one's lined into deep center, and the center fielder at the wall. And that one's going to find its way into the trees.
I got a whole lot of money.
And the second home run for the Stars in this one.
It's a party, it's a party, it's a party.
And in the 3-run shot for Gabe Cootencooler gives the Stars an 8-4 lead here in the third. And I'll bring in the top of the order once again. And the first pitch curveball comes in for strike one for Lauterbach. And the curveball lined at the shortstop on a one-hop. And the throw to first base will be in time for the third out. So we'll head to the top of the fourth now. And the score 8-4 Stars, following the 2 home runs from Gabe Cootencooler and Gavin Murphy. And coming in for the top of the fourth now for the Stars, number 34, Dawson Meeks from Southwood High School in Louisiana. And Meeks been a pretty good reliever for the Stars this fall, and really been using almost any chance they can get. And the first pitch is going to be outside for ball one. And the fastball that time pounded into the grass. Meeks will take it himself, and the throw will be offline into right field. The runner will head to second base in what can only be described as a throwing error. So there'll be a runner at second now following the throwing error from Meeks. And nobody out here in the fourth. Meeks, nicknamed Bucky by the rest of the bullpen. Stars took a trip to Dallas for a showcase and stopped at a Bucky's gas station, and ever since, that's just been his name. And the fastball fouled straight back. 0-1 the count. And looked to be around the fastball that time and unable to catch it out in front. 0-1 the count. And the pick to second. And the throw is offline into center field. And Tolley will be there to make the grab. And looks like they may have had him at second base, but Lauterbach unable to come up with it. So 0-1 and nobody out. And runner on second here in the fourth. And the curveball that time outside. 1-1 the count. And the slider that time bounced over to the right-hand side. The flip to Meeks in time, but unable to find the first base bag. As that'll move the runners at first and third now with nobody out. And Hebert at first base went for the play himself in the field, and the toss to Meeks in time, just not where he needed to be in order to make the play. So runners at the corners with nobody out. And that one grounded up the middle. Showalter will take it. The flip to second in time. And Hebert will make the pick at first, but a run will come in to score, as that cuts the lead to 3 now. Score 8-5 Stars. So 2 outs and the base is clear now following the double play. And the fastball that time going to be called outside, 1-0. And looked like slider that time in the dirt, 2-0 the count. And the slider that time grounded to the first base side. Hebert once again flips it to Meeks, and we'll have it for the third out of the inning. So we'll head to the bottom of the fourth. Score now 8-5 following the RBI. and welcome back as we get ready here in the bottom of the fourth. And back out on the mound for Three Rivers is a lefty, as they're going to bring him back out for his fourth inning of work. And coming up to bat will be the 2-3-4 for the Stars, as Szymanski gets ready. And the starter for the Stars, Colin McKenzie, numbers are in for the day. Topped up at 88 miles an hour and sat about 86, 87. So Szymanski will step in with Murphy and Ambrose waiting in the wings. And the changeup lined at the shortstop. It's going to be off his glove. The throw from his knees is offline. And it'll be scored as a hit for the Stars, as Szymanski will be sitting on first base. And I'll bring in Gavin Murphy. And Murphy a double his last time up, and then was brought in by the home run from Ambrose. And he'll be up to bat now with a runner on first. And that one lined into center field, and it's going to drop in front of the center fielder, as Szymanski will move up another 90 feet. And Murphy will have another hit for the day. And Murphy 5 for 5 at LCU, and now 3 for 3 here today. And I'll bring in Jacob Ambrose. And Ambrose is going to line that one into left. It's top spun, and it's going to be off the wall. And Szymanski rounds third, heading for home. And the ball slips by the shortstop, as there'll be runners now at second and third following the RBI double from Ambrose. And that'll increase the Stars' lead now to 4. 9-5 the score here in the bottom of the fourth, and nobody out. And out of the dugout now will be the head coach for Three Rivers. So the score 9-5, and quick look at the line for the day. 9 runs, 12 hits, 1 error for the Stars. And 5 runs, 7 hits, 1 error for Three Rivers. And it looked to be just a quick meeting real quick, as head coach heads back out to the mound, and the lefty will be back out on the mound once again. And likely trying to get a good lefty-lefty matchup once again on Cade Hebert, as Hebert steps in. And the wind blowing really hard once again out to straight center. And he'll take the curveball on the outside part of the plate for strike one. So 0-1 the count, nobody out, and 2 runners in scoring position for Hebert. And he'll line that one at the second baseman. He'll make the grab, and Ambrose will be caught as he thought it was through. So 2 outs now. So now just a runner at third with 2 outs for Kyle Tolley as he steps in. And the lefty-lefty matchup for Hebert pays dividends. And Tolley hooks one foul down the third base line. 0-1 the count. And the changeup that time outside. 1-1 the count. And the curveball that time popped straight up as the first baseman calling for it. And he will make the play for the 3rd out of the inning. So we'll head to the top of the 5th. The score now 9-5. And welcome back for the top of the 5th. And back on the mound is Dawson Meeks. And the Stars able to push across a run last inning. And 9-5 the score. Meeks out for his second inning of work. And the fastball for the first pitch going to be inside, 1-0. And another fastball up and in, 2-0. And that one grounded back to the pitcher. Meeks has it, and the throw to first will be in time for the first out. And that'll be the first out of the inning. And we'll have a quick umpiring change as the first base umpire now Brett Foss, and down the third base line Gray Fisher. And that fastball lined into right field, and Szymanski has a beat on it, and that'll be another out as he makes a play ranging to his left. So 4 pitches on the inning so far for Meeks and 2 outs. And that'll bring in the top of the order for Three Rivers. And that fastball inside, 1-0. And that fastball swung on, fouled straight back. Evens things up at 1 apiece with 2 outs here in the 5th. And the breaking ball that time looks to have bounced and landed about 50 feet from home, or 50 feet from the mound. 2-1 the count. And that fastball crosses in the zone. 2-2 the count. Has looked to be a little up in the zone. So 1 pitch away from getting out of it once again. And the fastball swung on and missed for strike 3. So we'll head to the bottom of the 5th now. The score 9-5 the score. And through Meeks' second inning of work. And we'll have a pitching change for Three Rivers as they'll have a righty take the mound. And the Peanut Gallery making known their opinion of his lack of celebration. So we'll have a runner at third now for Simonelli, and nobody out here in the 5th. And the fastball that time catches the outside part of the plate, 0-1. And the 9-hole Cooten Cooler waiting on deck. Already a 3-run home run for him today. And Simonelli drives one into right field. And it's hooking, and the right fielder will make the play, but it'll be deep enough. Showalter will be safe without any chance of being thrown out. And that'll push across the 10th run for the Stars here. So 1 out, and nobody on for Cootencooler. And that one lined into center field, and that one will get down as Cootencooler will be safe. And I'll bring around the top of the lineup once again as Kenner Lauterbach gets ready to slider that time outside as he tried to get him to chase 1-0. And fastball that time low. 2-0 the count as it looked to have crossed around shin height. And Cootencooler at first gets his lead. And pick off to first, not in time, as Cootencooler dives back. And Coach Lester coaching up the umpires on where to stand so they can make the right call. So 2-0 the count to Kenner. And Cootencooler takes off and looked like he stopped for a quick second. And he'll be safe at second as he snags a bag. 3-0 the count. And Cootencooler makes his way to second base. And Lauterbach more than likely looking for his pitch if he's going to swing. And pitcher will step off real quick. His one for the AB. And a fastball that time up around the eyes for ball 4 as Lauterbach heads down to first base. And I'll bring in Dawson Szymanski once again. So the payoff pitch to Szymanski coming up as that loads up the bases. And they'll bring in Gavin Murphy, 8 for 8 in his last appearances. If we want to count walks, he's 9 for 9. So he'll come to the bat, 1 out, and the base is loaded. He'll take a changeup for strike 1 down the middle. 0-1 the count. And the slider that time swung on and missed on the outer part. 0-2.
Hey, nobody better here, kid. Let's go.
Let's go, Murph. Trust your hands, babe. Trust your hands. I'm Murph. Hey, you can't
And the cleanup hitter, Jacob Ambrose, waiting in the on-deck circle as that one swung on and fouled back out of play down the right field line. So things will stay at 0-2.
Let's go, Murph. Come on, Murph. Say hi, babe. Come on, Big Murph. Let's go, babe.
And he'll lay off another one low and away. 2-2 the count. So things even now. Yeah, 1 out and bases loaded. Catcher heads out to the mound to have a word with his pitcher. And waiting at home plate, the cleanup hitter, Jacob Ambrose. Ambrose a home run already today. A 2-run home run if memory serves, and he'll come in with the bases loaded and a big RBI spot to really put this one away for the Stars. And that fastball right down Main Street, 0-1. The peanut gallery is insufferable today. And that slider taken into shallow right as a right fielder charges in, and Ambrose will be content with the 15th hit of the game and bringing in the 12th run. So 1 run comes around to score on the single from Ambrose, and that'll bring in Cade Abear. And Abear getting his first AB against a righty today. And still just 1 out here in the 5th. 12-5 the score for the Stars. And slider that time swung on and missed as Abear had a big hack at it. And the wind blowing out and really just trying to get it up into that wind, see if he can let it carry it out. And that one rolled over to the first baseman. He'll make the play. And the throw home, not in time. But they're gonna call interference on Abear as he ran to first base. So looks like no run for the Stars in that instance. So we'll head to the top of the 6th. Score 12-5 in favor of the Stars. And coming in to pitch now for the Stars, number 20, Tarpley. And Tarpley, a transfer from LSUE for the Stars. A redshirt freshman, as he was redshirted by the Bengals last year and transferred to SouthArk this year. And he'll be asked to go here in the 6th inning, as he'll likely see 2 innings of work. And the fastball that time going to be up 1-0. Tarpley has a 2-seam fastball he likes to throw with some good ride on it. And that one cuts back in on the hands. 1-1 the count. And Murphy still behind the plate for the Stars, as he's had quite the day at the plate. So 1-1 the count, nobody out for Tarpley. And the fastball high and away, 2-1. And that 2-seamer runs in. 3-1 the count now. And that fastball runs in around the helmet, and the batter able to get out of the way as he'll head down to first base following the walk. So runner at first to start the inning on the leadoff walk. And they'll bring in the 8 hole for Three Rivers. And looks like breaking ball that time. Bounces towards home plate, 1-0. And Murphy, a good job behind home plate blocking it up. And fastball that time inside, 2-0. And the fastball that time up around the letters and on the high side, 3-0 the count now. And that fastball going to be up as well. So 2 walks to start off the inning for Tarpley. And Murphy out giving some signs to the defense. So top of the 6th, the 2 runners on and nobody out. And fastball that time gets away from him as it heads towards the backstop and the runners will advance. So runners at second and third, 1 ball and no outs. And that fastball up around the eyes, 2-0. Ball. And that fastball up, ball 4, as that'll load the bases on 3 straight walks. And it looks like we'll have time called as Coach Dow heads out to the mound to have a word with his pitcher. And the rest of the infield coming in as well. And as the meeting comes to an end, everybody heads back to their spot on the infield and on the bases. So bases loaded, nobody out. And it looks like we're going to have some substitutions from Three Rivers, as looked like slider that time up and away, 1-0. And Tarpley able to get a swing and miss on the fastball that time. 1-1 the count. And that fastball inside, 2-1. Yeah, the fastball swung on and missed that time as well, 2-2. So things even up. And the fastball that time gets away from him, runs the count full, 3-2. So the payoff pitch from Tarpley coming up. And it'll be high for ball 4 as that walks in a run. So the 1-1 from Tarpley coming up. And the changeup that time catches the zone. 1-2. And another changeup this time called up. 2-2. And nobody out and the bases loaded. And looks like Three Rivers subbing in some batters this inning that'll take place on the defense as Abear fields that one. The throw home is in time and 2 outs as Murphy forgot how many outs there were and tossed it towards home plate. So 2 outs now for Tarpley, and runners at second and third here in the 6th inning. And it looked like changeup that time outside. 1-0. And that fastball going to be up as well. 2-0. And that fastball gets away from him. 3-0 the count. As Gavin Murphy behind home plate able to catch the ball. So the 3-0 now from Tarpley coming up. And that one will be high as well. 4 straight balls. And that'll load up the bases once again. Yeah, we're going to have time called once again as Coach Dow heads out to the mound. And they'll be making a call to the bullpen. And coming in relief will be freshman Bryce McGuire. As he makes his way out towards home plate. Number 39 for the Stars. And We'll get set to resume play here in the
Come on, Bryce.
top of the 6th as Bryce McGuire toes the rubber. And McGuire last pitched Thursday in an inter squad where he went 3 innings of no-hit baseball against his own team. And so he'll come in with 2 outs. And he'll start it off on the right note with a strike. Fastball. And look to have some 2-seam run on it.
Come on, Bryce.
And that one foul tipped at home plate. 0-2 now. And McGuire set on the mound. And that third one foul tipped as well. And the changeup, Murphy unable to handle it as looked to be up in the zone and foul tipped all the way down towards his cleat. So 0-2 the count. Bases loaded, 2 outs here in the 6th. And the 4-seam fastball that time, high and away. 1-2 the count. And that one blooped over towards the shortstop. It's going to fall in front of the left fielder. And Simonelli will throw home. And Murphy will make the tag at home plate as the one run comes around to score. So the score heading into the bottom of the 6th inning, 12-7 Stars, as Three Rivers able to get 2 runs across. And welcome back here for the bottom of the 6th inning. And coming into bat will be Kyle Tolley, the center fielder.
Come on, KT. Stay hot, babe. Let's go, KT.
And he'll step in now facing the righty from last inning from Three Rivers. And waiting on deck will be Alex Showalter. And he'll take a half-hearted swing on the first pitch fastball, 0-1. And the fastball that time swung on a miss as Tolley. And the curveball that time finds the strike zone. 0-1. And changeup that time gets away from him. 1-1 the count. And looked like another changeup that time. Called high, 2-1 the count. And the fastball popped up into center field as Tolley, ranging to his left, will make the grab for the second out of the inning. And runner will stay at first base. So 2 quick outs here for McGuire. And another curveball drops in for the first pitch strike. 0-1. And that pitch going to be called out. 1-1. And looked to be a changeup that time. And another pitch going to be called outside. 2-1 now from McGuire.
On Bryce. Let's go, Bryce. Let's go, Bryce.
And another pitch outside. 3-1 now from McGuire. And the two-seam fastball doesn't break back in enough. And the pick off to first, not in time, as he'll be back safely. And fastball that time going to be swung on and missed, as that runs the count full, 3-2. The runner takes off, and a line drive back to center field. And runner will stick at second base with a 2-out single. So runners at first and second, 2 outs. And now batting for Three Rivers lefty. The bottom part of the lineup coming up. And curveball that time drops in on the outer part of the plate. 0-1. And McGuire done a real good job so far of spotting the curveball. And fastball swung on, popped into foul territory on the left. And Simonelli makes the play at the fence as he brings it back into play for the third out of the inning. So we'll head to the bottom of the 7th. Score stays 12-7 Stars. And we'll be right back. And welcome back for the bottom of the 7th. And due up for the Stars will be the 1-2-3 Lauterbach, Szymanski, Murphy. And Lauterbach coming in to hit now. Score 12-7 here in the bottom of the 7th. And playing a 9-inning game. And that one lined into left center, and it's going to get down in front of the left fielder as he will make the grab and get it in and hold it to a single as Lauterbach has another hit. Welcome back as we get ready for the second half of today's 16 innings. And looks like we'll only be playing 8 innings in this one as well. And back out on the mound for the Stars after going about 2 innings is Bryce McGuire. He'll go another inning here against Three Rivers. So we'll get set here for the top of the first. And that first pitch popped right back in front of him, and McGuire has it. The throw to first in time, and that'll be the first out of the inning as McGuire gets a quick one to start it. And first pitch fastball that time outside, 1-0. And two-seamer that time outside, 2-0 the count. And fastball that time finds his own, 2-1 the count. So one out here for McGuire. And that one lined down the third baseline, foul. Or at least that's what the line judge is saying. Looks like he's reversing his call and saying it's fair. So a double. And one out here in the first. And the first pitch fastball swung on and missed for strike one. And curveball that time finds the strike zone. 0-2 the count. And changeup that time swung on and fouled back. 0-2 the count. And in the field for the Stars is a little bit different. Behind home plate catching is Justin Szymanski. At first, Bo Kutencooler. At second, Ian McCubbin. Kenner Lauterbach back out at short. And that one fouled back out of play. And in the hot corner at third base is Scooter Anderson. And in the outfield from left to right is Cade Rohde, Al Gatson, and Cam Laverne. And that pitch is going to be down as that runs the count to 1-2. One out and a runner at second here for McGuire and the Stars. And that one grounded to the shortstop. Lauterbach has it. The throw to first in time. And the runner will stay put at second as there'll be 2 outs now. And I'll bring in the cleanup hitter for Three Rivers. And that one fouled back out of play.
Where can I plug this in at? Hey, I need a line. Is that 1-0?
0-1 the count. And that one grounded and off the batter. 0-2 count now. Run an extension cord from over there. And that one swung on and missed for strike 3. And so we'll head to the bottom of the first. The score still 0-0 after the double from Three Rivers. And we'll be right back. welcome back as we get ready here in the bottom of the first. Leading off for the Stars in this game will be Tanner Powell, number 37. Powell, an outfielder for the Stars. And the first pitch will be outside for ball one. And that fastball going to find the zone. 1-1 the count. And another fastball outside. This one 2-1 now. And that one going to be outside as well now. 3-1 now to Powell. And that fastball going to catch the outer part. Full count now to Powell. And pitcher really working outside. So the payoff pitch in the lefty-lefty matchup. And that one's going to get by for ball four. So Powell will head down to first base with the leadoff walk. And they'll bring in first baseman Bo Cootencooler. And that first pitch fastball will be in the zone 0-1. And pitcher working primarily with a two-seam fastball. So a runner at first, no outs for Cootencooler. And another two-seamer, this one fouled back and out of play. 0-2 now. So the 0-2 to Cootencooler coming up. And a pick off. And Powell heads off for second. And he will be safe as he heads down another 90 feet. So 0-2 still to Cootencooler, but now a runner in scoring position. And nobody out. And a curveball that time swung on and popped up in the infield. Shortstop calling for it. And that'll be the first out of the inning as Powell stays put at second base. So one out and runner on second as the catcher Justin Szymanski comes up to hit. Szymanski, a home run against LCU on Saturday. And he'll come in with one out and a runner in scoring position here in the first. Stars put up 12 runs in the first 8 innings and would more than likely love to double that here in the second 8 innings. And that curveball drops in for strike one. And that fastball runs in and gets him as he'll head down to first base following the hit by pitch. And look to got him right above the knee and that front part of the thigh. And that'll bring in cleanup hitter Cam Laverne for the Stars. So Laverne comes up with one out and runner at first and second here in the first inning. And change up that time down the middle for strike one. And runner takes off for third. And Laverne had a cut at it. And it looks like it might have been a hit and run on. Either way, 0-2 the count. And 1 out here in the first. And another fun fact of SouthArk history, whenever Coach Dow is primarily in charge of the Stars, they're undefeated, sporting a 4-0 record after the win earlier today. And Laverne swings at a curveball up over his head for strike 3. So 2 outs now, and I'll bring in the lefty, Cade Rohde. And that fastball catches the outer part of the plate, 0-1. Yeah, runner takes off for third again on the curveball. Powell is there in time at third. So there'll be runners at the corners now. And believe the curveball is outside. Runs the count even at 1-1. And the fastball that time yanked into the right-handed batter's box. 2-1 the count now to Rohde. And that one will be grounded to the second baseman. And he'll throw it on to first for the third out of the inning. So we're still tied at 0 as the Stars unable to get the runners in from third base. And we'll be right back. Sorry about the trouble with the scoreboard. Anyway, we're in the top of the second. And on the mound for the Stars now is KJ Battle, number 28. KJ in his fall eval hit about 92 miles an hour and typically sits high 80s, low 90s in most of his outings so far in the fall. And he'll come in here in the second. And that fastball fouled straight back and off the catcher's mask, as I'm not sure Szymanski knows where he is right now after that knockout blow from Battles. Anyway, 0-1 the count. Outside, 1-0 the count. And that fastball in the zone. 1-1 the count now. And that one lined back up the middle. Lauterbach makes the diving play and pops out of his glove on the way to the throw. Good defensive effort from Lauterbach at short, but unable to finish the play. And what will most likely be counted as a hit. since there was no throw. So runner at first, 1 out. And Battles toes the rubber once again. And the fastball swung on and fouled out of play down the right field line. 0-1 the count. And another fastball fouled back. This one stays in the park, but 0-2 the count. And curveball that time outside. Try to get him chasing 1-2. And that one lined back into center and shallow as Gadsden settles under it for the second out of the inning. So 2 outs now for Battles here in the second. And runner on first. And that fastball going to be outside. 1-0 the count. And that one lined back at the second baseman, and it's going to get into right field. And Laverne will throw it in, and that'll be another single as there'll be runners at first and second now with 2 outs. And curveball that time in the left-handed batter's box, 1-0. And the fastball off the hands into shallow center. Gadsden unable to make the catch. It bounces off his glove in center. And he'll throw it into the third baseman as a run will come around to score. So Three Rivers will take a 1-0 lead here in the second, as Gadsden probably could have gotten to it but decided to play it safe. So runners at the corners now as Szymanski gives them signs. And still 2 outs here in the second. And that fastball finds the strike zone. 0-1 the count. And another fastball. And catcher unable to hang on to it. Probably would have been a strike. 1-1 the count. And that fastball on the outer corner. 1-2 the count. Hey, fix the count. It's 1-2. And that one lined into shallow left. It's going to bounce in front of the left fielder. And another run will come in to score, as there'll be runners at first and second now. And Three Rivers takes a 2-0 lead. So still 2 outs here in the second. And the first pitch from Battles is fouled straight back. 0-1 the count. And Battles been doing a good job of getting ahead early in the count. And the pickoff move to second, not in time, as McCubbin sneaks his way back towards second base. So 0-1 the count. And that one fouled back. So quickly another 0-2 count for Battles, as that one ricocheted off the backstop. And now Battles just one strike away from getting out of the inning. And the curveball that time outside, 1-2. So the 1-2 now from Battles coming up. And the curveball that time outside runs things even at 2-2. So the 2-2 from Battles. And that fastball up and away. And now full count. And a payoff pitch coming from Battles right here. And that one's going to run into him as it catches the back part of his shoulder. So bases loaded now with 2 outs. And the first pitch fastball taken for strike 1, up around the letters. And another fastball, this one inside. Evens things up at 1 apiece. And another fastball. This one catches the zone, 1-2 the count. And curveball that time runs out of the zone and doesn't get him to chase. 2-2 the count with 2 outs here in the second. And bases loaded. And that fastball going to be inside as well. And another full count here for Battles. And another big pitch. And that fastball called up as a run will come in to score. And that fastball up and away, 1-0 the count. And that one gets away from him and looks like it missed the batter. So it'll just be counted as a ball. 2-0 the count. So the 2-0 from Battles coming up. And that fastball gets by the catcher. And looked like it might have crossed in a good part of the zone, but unable to hang on to it. 3-0. And another one inside, as that'll walk home another run. Three Rivers now pushes 5 across. And this one. And that fastball up in the zone for strike 1. 0-1 the count now. And another one. This one softly grounded to the shortstop. Lauterbach tried to make the tag with his bare hand, and looks like it may have ran into the batter or the runner. Coach Lester calls him safe, and a run will come around to score again. Score now 6-0 Three Rivers as they check on the runner at second following the collision. And first pitch fastball that time inside. 1-0 the count. And that one pounded straight into the dirt and off the batter. 1-1 the count now. And that one lined at the shortstop. And Lauterbach will make the grab for the third out. So we'll head to the bottom of the second. The score now 6-0 in favor of Three Rivers. And we'll be right back. And welcome back as we get ready for the bottom half of the second. Coming up to bat, number 27, Scooter Anderson. Scooter playing third base in this one. Originally came to SouthArk as a catcher and been working some reps at third base recently. And he'll lead it off here in the second for the Stars. And the first pitch going to be outside, 1-0 the count. And waiting in the on-deck circle is Yadi Canales, as that one low for ball 2. And Scooter swings on that one on the outer part of the plate. 2-1 the count. As he steps back in. So the 2-1 now to Scooter coming up. And that one lined up the middle. The shortstop will have it. And the throw to first will be in time for the first out of the inning, as Yachty steps up to the plate. Yachty, another catcher on the Stars roster. And the first pitch curveball that time stays up, 1-0 the count. And waiting in the on-deck circle is center fielder Al Gatson. And that pitch going to be low, 2-0 the count to Yachty. And that one swung on and hit well up into the air. And the left fielder settles under it. And he will make the catch for the second out of the inning. So rather quiet and quick inning here in the second once again, as Gatson steps up to hit. Gatson, quite a few line drives in the series against LCU on Saturday. And the first pitch is up, ball one, as the fastball makes its way to the backstop. So the 1-0 to Gatson coming up. And another fastball. This one swung on and foul tipped and makes its way to the backstop once again. So 1-1 the count now with 2 outs. And change up that time, swung on. 1-2 the count now to Gatson. And another fastball, this one on the outer part of the plate. And it is fouled out of play down the right field line. Things will stay put at 1-2 with 2 outs. And change up that time, stays outside, and that'll even things back up at 2 apiece. So after being behind in the count after a couple pitches, Gatson works his way back even. And the curveball that time outside and probably up a little bit as well. And that'll run the count full, 3-2. So the payoff pitch to Gatson coming up with 2 outs here in the second. And that one topped over to the shortstop. He'll have it. The throw to first is not in time, as Gatson makes it there. So the Stars will have a runner on first with 2 outs here in the second inning, and that'll be their first hit of the ball game, as number 15 Fletcher Williams makes his way to the box. Redshirt freshman for the Stars from Sheridan High School, along with Bo and Gabe Kutencooler. And the first pitch fastball taken for strike one. And Gatson takes off for second base. He slides, and he will be there in plenty of time as he swipes second base. The second time today that the Stars have made their way to second base on that pickoff move from lefties. So the 0-1 to Williams coming up. And runner on second now with 2 outs. And that fastball taken for strike 2. So the 0-2 now. And the curveball swung on and missed for strike 3, as that'll bring it into the inning. So we'll head to the top of the third. Score still 5-0, Three Rivers, and we'll be right back. So coming in to pitch now for the Stars be number 36, Caleb Smith. Had a good outing his last time on Thursday during the Stars inter squad. And he'll come in here in the third. And first pitch inside and up. They're going to say he held back for ball 1. And that one's lined into center field. Gatson heading back towards the wall, just out of reach. And he's trying to pick it up in center field, as it'll be a leadoff double for Three Rivers. So the leadoff double from Three Rivers. And I'll bring in the next batter. And this one's going to bounce in the dirt, kind of over near the left-handed batter's box. 1-0. And that one swung on and foul tip. 1-1 the count. And that one going to be up. 2-1 the count now. Nobody out here in the top of the third. And runner in scoring position at second. As fastball that time low, 3-1 now. And that one hit up in the air, and left fielder calling for it as Rhodey makes the play to his left, and that'll be the first out of the inning. So the 1-2 now from Smith coming up. And runner makes his way to third on the pass ball. And another ball in the dirt and gets away from the catcher a little bit, but they'll stay put at third base. 2-2 the count now with 1 out. And another pitch as Szymanski blocks it behind home plate. Runs the count full, 3-2. And that one grounded to the shortstop, and it gets by Tolley at short as a run will come in to score on the error. Score 6-0 now. So 1-1 the count, and runner on first base. And that one swung on and fouled into the left-hand side, out of play. And Dawson Szymanski makes the grab. Had this been banana ball rules, it would have been the second out. Too bad it's not. So 1-2 the count. And another one fouled back down the left-hand side, out of play. And nobody will make the play in foul territory this time. 1-2 the count still. And 1 out here in the third. And this one foul tip, and Szymanski unable to keep it behind home plate. Things stay put where they are at 1-2. And Slider that time runs in and hits the batter as he'll head down to first base. So there'll be runners at first and second now. 1 out. And the fastball that time from Smith, up and in, 1-0. And another fastball. This one up as well, 2-0. And this one lined into left. Rhodey heading back, and he will make the grab for the second out. So 2 outs now for Smith and the Stars. And runners at first and second, following the fly out in left field. And the fastball that time looked to be in the zone. And the back pick to first, not in time. So 0-1 the count and 2 outs. And that one off the hands and right at the shortstop as Tolley makes the grab for the third out. So we'll head to the bottom half of the inning as the score now 6-0 following the run. So we'll get into the bottom of the third, and the score 6-0 as the 9-hole Ian McCubbin comes up to hit for the Stars, second baseman in this one. And McCubbin been out of action for a while this fall and getting some of his first ABs on Saturday against LCU and now here against Three Rivers. As he lines one into right field, he's got the help of the wind, and he's got a long home run deep into center field over the fence.
I got a whole
That's his
lot
first
of
home run
money.
of the ball.
Y'all it for me. Bottle key popping that water bag. Jacking. It's a party, it's a party, it's a party.
And so he'll touch them all as that brings in the top of the lineup, and he puts the Stars on the scoreboard here in the second game. And first pitch of the AB to Tanner Powell going to be outside or out of the zone, 1-0. And that fastball finds the zone. 1-1 the count now to Powell. And the two-seamer working quite well in this one. Cutting back just enough to catch the zone on the outer part of the plate multiple times so far. As he tries for it again. 2-1. And if you can get that call, I don't see why you wouldn't just stay there. Really hard pitch to hit on a lefty-lefty matchup. And that one inside as Powell hits the outer part of the ball and bounces off his shin. Evens things up at 2-2. And the curveball that time called up as that runs the count full, 3-2. So nobody out here in the third, and the Stars already on the scoreboard here after the solo shot from Ian McCubbin. And that two-seamer foul tip and held onto by the catcher for the first out. Now bring in the first baseman, number 9, Bo Kutencooler. Bo, another one of the Stars that's been here every year so far of the program's history. Redshirt sophomore from Sheridan, Arkansas. And that one grounded towards the third baseman. He'll let it hop. And the throw to first in time. And another quick out as that brings in the catcher, Justin Szymanski. So he'll come up with 2 outs and nobody on here in the third. And he'll look to try and keep this inning alive. And first pitch swung on and fouled back out of play. 0-1 the count to Szymanski. And his brother Dawson had a pretty good game in the first 8 innings. And now he'll try and one-up his brother as the changeup that time stays outside, 1-1. And he'll take the curveball that time low, 2-1. And if there's anything Dawson and Justin love more, it's the one-upsmanship that comes with being brothers on the same team. As Szymanski lines one, and Coach Dow just able to get out of the way in the coach's box down the third baseline. 2-2 the count. And 2 outs here in the third. 6-1 the score in favor of Three Rivers. And the curveball grounded towards the third base side, and it's off the third baseman's glove. And Szymanski makes it in time as he'll reach on the error. And he'll keep the inning alive for the cleanup hitter, Cam Laverne. Laverne struck out his first AB of the game on a curveball. And he'll come up now in the third with 2 outs and a runner at first. And that fastball going to be low. 1-0 the count. And if there's probably one thing you don't have to worry about, it's Szymanski taking off at first base on a pick. 2-0 the count. So the 2-0 and the pick to first. And surprise, surprise, he heads back to first base safely. Okay. 2-0 to Laverne. And they're going to say that he didn't go. 3-0 the count now. So the 3-0 now. And another pick to first. And Szymanski already shuffling back before the commitment. So the 3-0 to Laverne still coming up. And the left fielder, number 42, Cade Rohde, in the on-deck circle. And that one's going to be high for ball 4. So a 2-out walk. And an error gets the Stars in scoring position with 2 outs as Rohde comes into bat. And the first pitch of the AB, a fastball, 2-seamer up, 1-0 the count. And we're going to have time called, as it looks like pitching coach will head out to the mound to have a word. And Coach Dow meeting up with Coach Lester to have a word on the other side of things. But a quick meeting out on the mound. And we'll get set to start again. 1-0 the count, 2 outs. Laverne at first, Szymanski at second, and Cade Rohde at the plate for the Stars. And that one swung on and popped up into shallow center. The center fielder charging in. And it's going to drop and get by him. Rohde heads to second base. And the throw home in time. And they're going to get Laverne as he tries to make his way home. Either way, the Stars push across another run with 2 outs. So score now 2-6 as we head to the top of the 4th. So 2-6 the score as Laverne tagged out at home plate. And coming on to pitch for the Stars now will be freshman Seth Gray, number 29. And we'll be right back. And welcome back as we get ready for the top of the fourth. And Seth Gray gets ready to start the inning for the Stars. Score 2-6 in favor of Three Rivers. And we did have a defensive substitution last inning following the collision at second base between the shortstop and one of the batters from Three Rivers. Now at short be number 1, Kyle Tolley. Tolley played center in the first game and now getting some reps in at shortstop. And the first pitch, high and in, and the batter able to get away from it, 1-0. And another fastball, this one up as well. 2-0 the count. And that fastball is going to catch the zone, 2-1. As looked to be just under the letters and about as painted as it could be. And that one pounded into the ground. Tolley charging forward, makes the grab, and Cooler unable to pick it at first base as they'll reach on the throwing error. So runner at first with nobody out. And Gray takes the mound once again with a runner on first. And that one grounded to the shortstop once again. And Tolley will send it over to second. And the throw to first won't be in time, but they will get the runner at second base for the first out. So 1 out and runner at first. And another one, this one fouled back. 0-1 the count. And Gray able to get 2 ground outs and induce some soft contact in his first 2 batters. And he'll look to try and keep that trend going as that fastball finds the zone. 0-2. And the 0-2 from Gray coming up. And the slider gets away from Szymanski as a runner will take off to second base. So the 1-2 now. And runner at second. And Gray will step off as one for the batter. And one out here in the top of the fourth. And fastball swung on and missed that time, as he'll get the strikeout. And there'll be 2 outs now here in the fourth. So 2 outs for Gray and a runner in scoring position. And the first pitch swung on and fouled back. 0-1 the count. And another fastball. This one low and away. 1-1 now the count, as things even up. And another fastball. This one on the inner part of the plate. Swung on, fouled straight back. 1-2 the count. And Gray just 1 strike away from getting out of the inning. And another one swung on and missed in the dirt. And Szymanski will send it on to first base for the 3rd out. So Gray in his first inning of work, 2 strikeouts. And you can send him back to the lobby. And we'll be right back for the bottom of the 4th. And welcome back here in the bottom of the 4th. As coming up to plate, number 27, third baseman Scooter Anderson. He'll get things started for the Stars here in the 4th. And the first pitch fastball taken for strike 1. And new pitcher on the mound for Three Rivers as they brought in another lefty. So 0-1 the count to Scooter. And he'll foul that one straight back. 0-2 now. So a quick 0-2 count to start the inning. And that fastball high in the zone, swung on and fouled back. things will stay where they are at 0-2 and nobody out here in the fourth. And he'll watch the curveball in the dirt. 1-2 the count. So 1-2 to Scooter coming up. And another foul pitch. Things stay 1-2. And the curveball lined into left field, right at the left fielder, as he'll take a couple steps to his left. And that'll be the first out of the inning. As Scooter took the curveball right where he wanted to. Just happened to be a fielder right there. Coming up to bat now, number 35, the catcher and designated hitter, Yadi Canales. And he'll take the first pitch fastball low and away, ball one. And first pitch fastball that time. It swung on, and it's going to be in play, but in foul territory. 1-1 the count now. So the 1-1 to Yachty coming up with one out here in the fourth. And Stars pushed across 2 runs last inning. And he'll swing on another changeup that time, it looked like. 1-2 the count now. So 1-2 the count now to Yachty. And the fastball line down the left field line. It's going to get in fair territory, bounce off the wall, and rattle around in the corner as Canales will be standing on second with a double. So a double for Canales, and that'll bring up Al Gatson with one out and a runner in scoring position. So Gatson steps in the box, and righty-lefty matchup for Gatson. And he'll take the first pitch in the dirt, 1-0. And Gatson gets a hold of one. It's deep into center field, and it's going to get gone as Gatson takes one to the deepest part of the yard.
I got a whole lot of money.
And he gets himself his first college home run. A 2-run shot. And that'll now make the score 6-4 Stars. And there's some life in the Stars dugout for the first time in this 8-inning game. And now coming into bat will be number 15, Fletcher Williams. He'll come in with one out. And he'll take a hack at the changeup. 0-1 the count. And there's been no shortage of offense today for either team really, but especially the Stars. And that one's going to get down into left field as that one's off the cap. And Fletcher will be standing on first base and kind of keep the bat going as Ian McCubbin comes up to hit, number 33. Had his first college home run, his last at-bat with the solo shot that put the Stars on the board. And you know he'd love to do some more of the same here with the runner on and tie up the game. And the first pitch fastball taken for ball one. So 1-0 the count with one out and a runner on first here in the bottom of the fourth. Score 6-4 in favor of Three Rivers. And another fastball up. 2-0 the count. And the fastball that time finds the zone, and McCubbin thinks he'll have a swing at it. 2-1 the count. As he's unable to catch up to the fastball. So the 2-1. And that one high and away. 3-1 the count now to McCubbin. And with one out, have some wiggle room in the offense right now. And a pretty big gap on the right-hand side. And the runner takes off, and it's ball four. And Fletcher Williams running into second base tried to slow down and unable to decide really what to do and had a scary fall into the bag. There'll be runners at first and second. And looks like we're going to have a pitching change for Three Rivers as Coach Lester heads back to check and make sure Williams is okay at second base. And looks like we will have a pitching change. Three Rivers bringing in a right-hander. And it looks like they didn't want him to face the lefty leadoff hitter. But we'll take a quick break while they warm up, and we'll be right back. Welcome back as we get ready to resume play here in the fourth. Coming up to bat, Tanner Powell, the leadoff. And he'll line one into center field as well. It's going to get back towards the wall. And he's just given the Stars a three-run homer. And they'll take the lead now. Score 7-6. First pitch of the AB. He makes his presence known in a big way as the barrel party continues for the Stars. And that'll bring in the first baseman, Bo Kutencooler. And this has been quite the day for home runs. And Cootencooler watches the first pitch curveball, 1-0. The third home run just in the last 4 innings for the Stars. As Cootencooler takes the fastball down the middle, 1-1. And I think if you add the home runs from the first game, there's at least been, what, 6 home runs today? 7? And Cootencooler fouls that one back. And he'll have a swing at that one and miss, as that'll be the second out of the inning. And that'll bring in the catcher, Justin Szymanski, hitting in the 3-hole. So Szymanski will come to bat. And now the Stars have a 1-run lead here in the 4th and 2 outs. And the changeup that time, low and away, ball 1. And the fastball that time bounces towards home plate, 1-1 the count. And not really sure if you could see it on the broadcast, but there's been times throughout the day that Stars pitchers and hitters have just been out behind the center field fence digging in the wilderness for baseballs that they've hit out there. 3-1 the count now. And that one's going to be called up for ball 4 as Szymanski heads down to first base with 2 outs. And they'll bring in the cleanup hitter, Cam Laverne. And Laverne will step in. Originally from Louisiana, transferred from McNeese last year. And spent the entire year at SouthArk last year as he takes the curveball for strike 1. And got a couple ABs throughout the spring and mostly during the fall. And was a decent role player for the Stars last year as he fouls one out of play. 0-2 the count now. Was a really good power bat off the bench in the Stars World Series campaign. And he'll foul another pitch off. Things will stay where they are at 0-2 and 2 outs. So the 0-2 to Cam Laverne coming up once again. And he'll ground the curveball shallow towards the third baseman. And the throw to first will be in time for the 3rd out. So we'll head to the top of the 5th. Score now 7-6 in favor of the Stars. After they take advantage off a 3-run shot from Tanner Powell. Excuse me. I'll never hear the end of it if I don't get names right. But we'll be right back. And welcome back as we get ready here in the top of the fifth. Score now 7-6 SouthArk. And coming in as a defensive replacement is Yadi Canales behind home plate. He's been hitting in the lineup so far and just switching places with Justin Szymanski as the first pitch fastball is high and in, ball one. So likely still be hitting in the lineup, just getting some reps in at catcher. As that fastball away this time, 2-0. And this fastball bounces in the dirt, 3-0. And that fastball right down Broadway, 3-1. And that fastball inside for ball four. So a leadoff walk to start the fifth out. And the bunt attempt that time caught by the catcher. And the back pick to first, not in time. So it'll just be a 0-1 count. And we'll see if they square around once again. And that fastball inside and pops out of Canales' glove behind home plate. 1-1 the count. So the 1-1 coming up from Gray on the mound. Nobody out and runner on first. And that fastball finds the outer part of the zone. 1-2 now. And the curveball that time gets him. 1-2, buckle my shoe. And a fastball that time right down the middle, 0-1. It's to catch different sounds, mostly for the field sounds. And that fastball outside, 1-1 the count. And the fastball that time swung on and foul tip as Yachty hangs on to it behind home plate. 1-2 the count now with one away. And one out. And a curveball that time out, 2-2. And that foul tip's going to catch Yachty in the nether regions. That's why you wear a cup, ladies and gentlemen. You got to always protect the McNuggets. And that fastball is going to be outside. Runs the count full, 3-2. And that'll be ball four. So he'll head down to first base. Runners at first and second now with one out.
Set, let's go.
So 1 out here in the 5th, and runners at first and second for Gray. And that one's into left center, and with the wind, it might get out of here. And it's going to be off the fence in center field, and they're going to send him home. And the throw is going to be in time, and they're going to have him hosed at home plate. And that'll be the second out.
Back to the lobby.
So 2 outs now for Gray and the Stars, following the single off the fence. And the runner thrown out at home plate. And that one grounded to the third baseman, and it's going to get past him into left. And the run will come around to score. And that'll tie things up. So there'll be runners at the corners now with 2 out. And the score now tied 7-all. So runners at the corners for Gray, and 2 outs here in the 5th, as that one's going to be low and away, ball 1. And Canales able to handle it on a pick. And that fastball in the dirt, and Canales able to handle it. 2-0 the count now. So the 2-0 from Gray coming up. And that one's going to catch the zone, 2-1 now. And that one's popped up and out of play, as that runs things even now at 2 apiece with 2 out. So things all tied up now in the 5th. And that one swung on and missed.
Sword.
And that'll end the 5th inning, as things tied up now. And we'll head to the bottom of the 5th, 7-7. And welcome back as we get ready for the bottom half of the 5th. And stepping in now is the left fielder, Cade Rohde. He'll lead off the inning here for the Stars. as he takes the fastball for strike one on the outer part of the plate. 0-1 the count. And the curveball that time swung on and missed. 0-2 now to Rhodey. And waiting in the on-deck circle is Scooter Anderson. Scooter line drive at the left fielder last time. And Rhodey lifts one into shallow center, the center fielder running in. And he will make the grab for the first out. So that'll bring in Scooter. And the first pitch curveball that time drops in. 0-1 the count now to Scooter. And another curveball that time bounces towards home plate and evens things up at 1 apiece. And fastball that time outside. 2-1. So 1 out here in the bottom of the 5th. And that one's going to run in and hit Scooter as he'll head down to first base. So they'll have a runner now with 1 out following the hit by pitch. And the first pitch to Canales, up and in for ball 1. So the 1-0 coming up, and Anderson getting his lead at first. And looks like he's not really going to be going anywhere. And the curveball that time called low. 2-0 the count now. And the fastball that time outside. And the back pick to first, not in time. 3-0 the count now. So the 3-0 to Canales coming up. And line back up the middle on a rope. And the center fielder will have it. And the Stars will play station to station. So they'll be runners at first and second now, as Yadi sends it back, right back where it came from. And 1 out. And now batting Al Gatson. Playing in center field, already 1 home run today. And he takes a curveball to center field, off the net. And they're going to send Scooter home. And he gets there in time. And the run will come around to score, as they probably had him dead to rights. But they bobbled the throw at home plate. So the Stars take the lead 8-7. And that'll bring in redshirt freshman number 15, Fletcher Williams. Fletcher, his second year at SouthArk. And led the Natural League, which is a college summer league here in Arkansas. Led them in RBIs over the summer as he takes first pitch fastball low, ball 1. And that one grounded at the second baseman. He'll flip it to short. And the throw to first will sail into it's just going to sail. And so he will reach base on the fielder's choice. And out will be recorded, and a run will come around to score. So Stars now 9 and Three Rivers 7 with 2 outs. And that'll bring in the 9-hole Ian McCubbin, who also has a home run here in this one already. And he will take the curveball for strike 1. Strike 1. And the fastball that time spiked in the dirt. Fletcher takes off for third. And the throw not in time as he moves up another 90 feet.
Do I need to plug this in?
Thanks, Connor. So the 1-1 now to McCubbin coming up. And the curveball that time inside. 2-1 now. And the 3-1 to McCubbin coming up. And that one lined, and it's going to get foul out of play in right field. And that'll run the count full now, 3-2, with 2 outs here in the 5th. And a big spot with a runner just 90 feet away. And the payoff pitch. And he lays off for ball 4. And he'll head down to first base. So the Stars will have runners at the corners. And Tanner Powell coming up to bat. Powell, a 3-run shot his last time up to center field. And a big spot where he can keep this offense rolling right now. Stars already pushed across 21 runs so far today. And he'll take the first pitch outside, ball 1. And runner takes off, and Powell has a hack at it as it'll get in foul territory and out of play. 1-1 the count now. And looked like might have had the hit and run on that time, at least at the first base bag. So 1-1, 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th, and the Stars lead by 2. And the pick to first, and they're going to call him safe as he's just able to get back to the bag in time, as it looked like he might have been swimming through sand trying to get back to the bag. And curveball outside that time. 2-1 the count. And the fastball that time. And they're going to say that he went around on that one. So it'll even things up at 2 apiece. So 2-2 with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th. And runners at the corners. And the pitch. Low for ball 3. And another payoff pitch coming up. And so full count, 2 outs. Something's got to give. And that one outside for ball 4 as that loads up the bases. And that'll bring up to the bat number 9, Bo Kutencooler, first baseman for the Stars in this one. redshirt sophomore for the Stars. And the first pitch going to be called low for ball one on the curveball. And that one lined into left field. And center fielder ranging in left center makes the grab for the third out. So we'll head to the top of the sixth. Score now 9-7 Stars, and we'll be right back. Welcome back. And coming in to pitch here in the top half of the sixth is number 46, and another fastball low, 2-0 now. Fastball that time high, 3-0 the count now. And that one's going to be high for ball four. So leadoff walk to start here in the sixth. So runner at first, nobody out. And the pick off to first, not in time. As Coon Cooler tags the plot, or applies the tag. And that first pitch going to be called up, ball one. So the 1-0 from Healy coming up. And that one low, 2-0 now. And curveball that time. And Canales able to keep it in front of them. 3-0 the count. And that fastball will be up for ball four. So back-to-back walks. And there'll be runners at first and second now with nobody out as Canales heads out to the mound to meet with the pitcher. And we've got some new field umpires. Down the first base line is Austin Hillebrandt. And down the third base line is KJ Battles, who pitched earlier in this game. So nobody out, runners at first and second. And the curveball, and they're going to try and steal third. And Canales able to throw it down to third to get the out. And that'll be the first out of the inning, as Canales able to keep the curveball in front of him on the bunt attempt. So they'll just be runner at first now with one out. And a fastball swung on and fouled out of play. Oh. 1-1 the count now. And fastball that time bounces towards home. 2-1 the count. And Canales getting all the work he wants behind the plate right now. And fastball low, 3-1 now. And that'll be ball 4 on the fastball. So they'll be runners at first and second once again. One out. And we're going to have time called as Coach Dow heads out to the mound to have a word with his pitcher. And the rest of the infield follows suit. And it looks like Stars do have somebody warming up down in the bullpen, just kind of loosening up. Still hoping probably that Healy can get through the inning, and whoever they bring in can go the 7th and 8th. So with the mound visit over, Healy will get back out on the mound. So there'll be runners at first and second, one out. And that one's going to get past Canales at home plate. And so they'll be runners at second and third now following the pass ball. And the count now 1-0. And that one gets past Canales. And nobody coming towards home plate. 2-0 the count. And with the short backstop, especially here at home, typically don't see people trying to run on the pass ball. And another fastball spiked. 3-0 the count. So the 3-0 now with one out for Healy here in the top of the 6th. And Canales keeps it in front of him once again. And that'll walk the bases loaded with one out here in the 6th. And curveball that time gets away from Canales. And nobody coming towards home plate. 1-0 the count. And the fastball that time catches the zone. 1-1. And the fastball that time low and away, 2-1. From Canales. 3-1 the count. And that one popped up into the foul territory. Canales settling under it. And he will make the grab. And the first baseman covers home to make sure nobody comes home. So 2 outs now here in the 6th. And the first baseman's experience there coming into play. So 2 outs and the bases loaded here in the 6th. And Healy looking to get out of it without any damage being done. And first pitch fastball low, ball 1. And that one spiked on its way to home plate. 2-0 the count. And Canales getting all the work in he wants behind home plate. So the 2-0 now with 2 outs here in the 6th. And the fastball that time up, 3-0. 0-1 the count. And Healy will fake a pick to second base. That'll count as his 1 step off for the AB. And that one off the hands, and Tolley able to handle it at short. And they'll get out of the inning, but not before the damage has been done. Score now tied 9-9. And welcome back here for the bottom half of the 6th. Coming up to bat for the Stars will be the 3-4-5 as Samantha. And the first pitch will be a fastball away, ball 1. And that one off the hands, and it's going to be into shallow right center as a right center runs over to make the grab, and that'll be the first out of the inning. So that'll bring in Cam Laverne, cleanup hitter in this one for the Stars. And on the on-deck circle will be the left fielder. And the first pitch is going to be outside, ball 1. So 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th. And score tied at 9 following the 2 runs. As the second fastball taken away, 2-0 the count. And Laverne swings on the fastball that time, fouls it straight back. 2-1 the count. And fastball swung on that time, and late, 2-2. And fastball swung on once again for strike 3, and there'll be 2 outs now here in the bottom of the 6th. So a quick inning. And now coming up to bat, Cade Rohde, number 42, and freshman from Parkview Baptist down in Louisiana. And he'll have a swing at the fastball and miss. 0-1. And another fastball swung on a miss. 0-2 the count. And there must be something about the fastball that you just can't see on the broadcast because it doesn't look like it's moving too much. 1-2 the count. And Rohde swings on that one, and it's going to get foul and out of play on the right field line side. 2-2. So the payoff pitch coming up to Rohde with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th. Fouled off. So the 8th pitch of the at-bat coming up for Rohde.
Win it, babe.
And he'll foul another one back. So another 3-2 pitch for Rohde. And he'll swing on the changeup, and that'll be strike number 3. So we'll head to the top of the 7th. Score still tied 9-all, and we'll be right back. And welcome back as we get ready. Fastball that time catches the inside part of the zone. 0-1. And that one low, 1-1. On the count now. last 7 innings. So runners at first and second, 1 out. And that one finds the zone, 0-1. And that one bounces towards home plate. 1-1 the count. And fastball swung on and fouled back out of play. 1-2 the count. And runner takes off for third, and he'll be there in time. As ball will likely be called low. 2-2 the count. And it looked like third baseman wasn't really paying attention. So runners at the corners now. 1 out. And 2-2 count here in the top of the 7th. And that one swung on and missed. And that'll be the second out of the inning. So 2 outs now, and runners at the corners. So 0-1 the count now following the pitch. Another one swung on, and this one fouled off. 0-2 the count. And Hyken just 1 strike away from getting out of it unscathed. And that one bounces towards home plate. 1-2 the count. And that one lined at the shortstop.
Oh, yeah!
And Tolley makes the jumping catch at short to save the run.
Oh my God, he's Michael Jordan.
And we'll head to the bottom of the 7th. The score is still tied following the play from Tolley. 9-9. And welcome back as we get ready for the bottom half of the 7th. Coming up to bat for the Stars will be number 27, Scooter Anderson. And he'll take that first pitch inside for ball 1. All that time taken for strike 1 on the outer part of the plate. 1-1 the count now as things even up. And that fastball going to be up. 2-1 the count now. And fast coming up. And that one swung on and fouled out of play down the right field line. So a full count now. And a payoff pitch coming up. Strike 3. And that'll be the first out of the inning. And they'll bring up Yadi Canales, catcher for the Stars in this one. Had a double earlier in this one that kind of helped the Stars offense get on track. And that fastball finds the zone. 0-1. And another one swung on a miss. 0-2. And that one swung on and foul tipped. And Coach Dow able to make the play in the box. So another 0-2 count to Yachty coming up with one out here in the bottom half of the 7th. And that one going to be outside. 1-2 the count. And that one grounded over to the third baseman. And the throw to first will be in plenty of time. And that'll be the second out of the inning. So that'll bring to plate the center fielder, Al Gatson. Home run earlier today. And with time running out, they'd love to be a big part of the win here. And first pitch fastball taken for strike one down Main Street. 0-1. And another fastball swung on. This one might have been foul tip, but 0-2. And that fastball going to be low and away. 1-2 the count now to Gatson. And another pitch. This one fouled out of play and makes its way onto one of the neighboring ball fields and nearly hits a bystander. And this one rolled over down the third baseline.
That's fair.
And line judge calls it foul. So 1-2 the count. And the rest of the Stars dugout letting Battles hear about it. Trying to get a favorable call from one of their own. Jordan, I know you're watching. I don't think you would have called it fair either. And that pitch is going to be outside. 2-2 the count. And that one lined at the third baseman, bounces off his glove, and Gadsden will reach safely. And likely go down as an error since it did hit his glove pretty hard, but Gadsden makes his way to first and extends the inning, and that'll bring in number 15, Fletcher Williams, to bat. So 2 outs here, runner on first. And first pitch fastball fouled straight back, 0-1. Williams hitting in the 8 hole in this one. And if he's hitting in the 8 hole, you know the lineup's got to be pretty good. As the fastball swung on and missed. 0-2 the count. And another pitch, this one fouled back. Things will stay where they are at 0-2. And Gadsden on first, pretty much running on contact. And with his speed, anything in the gap might likely to score him. And it'll be strike 3 called for the last out of the inning. So we'll head to the top of the 8th. Score still tied at 9. And this will be the final inning as James Hyken comes back out on for the Stars. And Yachty takes his place at behind home plate. And we'll be right back. And welcome back as we get ready for the 8th inning. First pitch fastball low for ball 1. This one will be more than likely be the last inning of play here. As a changeup that time. Outside, 2-0. And fastball that time finds the outer part. 2-1 the count now. And Hyken really just trying to keep things where they are and give the offense a chance to win it in the bottom half. As that fastball makes its way to the backstop. 3-1. So the 3-1 now coming up from Hyken. And that one inside for ball 4. So leadoff walk to start the inning. Not exactly what you want to do really at any point in time, but especially not in the last inning with the score tied. So runner at first, nobody out. And that one lined into shallow left, and it's going to get down in front of Rhodey in left field. And it'll be a single that moves everybody up. So runners at first and second now, nobody out. And really just had to fight it off the hands to get it out there. And batter squares around a bunt but pulls it back in time. 1-0 the count. As ball crossed almost in the left-handed batter's box. Kind of surprising it didn't hit him. So 1-0 the count. And that pitch is going to be low. 2-0. Nobody out. And batter squares around once again. And that pitch in the left-handed batter's box. And just barely stayed off the batter. 3-0 the count. And that one will be ball 4. So bases loaded now, nobody out. So Hyken will toe the rubber now with the bases loaded, nobody out here in the top of the 8th. And really trying to just keep this game where it's at. And first pitch hit foul and out of play. 0-1 the count. And that fastball finds the inner part of the zone. 0-2 now from Hyken. And that one lined into left. It's going to get past the left fielder because he's playing in. It's going to bounce towards the wall. 2 runs will come in to score at least. And it'll be a 2 RBI double for Three Rivers to give them an 11-9 lead. And not really sure what the left fielder was doing playing that shallow with the wind blowing out to left field. And fastball swung on and miss. 0-1. And that one popped straight up in the air. Both middle infielders running out into shallow outfield, and Gatson will make the catch. And the runner at third will stay put for the first out of the inning. So 1 out now with runners at second and third. And we're going to have time called as Coach Dow heads out to the mound to have a meeting. And it looks like he called to the bullpen for what would likely be the last pitcher of the day for the Stars. And likely Hyken reached his pitch limit for the day. So coming into pitch now be another freshman, Gray Fisher, right-hander, as he makes his way out to the mound. Sporting number 32 on his fall uniform. And he'll be tasked with trying to keep the 2 runners on base where they are and try and keep the lead where it's at. And welcome back as we get ready to resume play here in the top of the 8th. And Gray Fisher steps on the mound for the Stars with 1 out and runners at second and third. And curveball that time really just buckled the hitter. No other way to put it. 0-1 the count. And another breaking ball that time. And really just swinging at shadows. 0-2 the count. So a quick 0-2 count for Fisher here. And another breaking ball that time. Inside. 1-2 the count. So the 1-2 now from Fisher. And the fastball poked at the first baseman. And the throw from Cooler at first base will be in time for the second out. So there'll be runners at the corners now with 2 away. And not sure if you could really see it at the bottom half of the broadcast, but the runner never even touched home plate. So there's that for you. So 2 outs now for Fisher here in the 8th. And the slider that time low, ball 1. So 1-0 now with 2 outs here in the top of the 8th. And the fastball that time runs inside, 2-0. And first time he's thrown fastball today. And fastball lined into right field, and it's going to be off the right fielder's glove. And a run will come around to score, and another run will come in to score. So the score now 13-9 in favor of Three Rivers, following the error in right field. And not really anything you can do there as a pitcher. And breaking ball that time bounces. Canales keeps it in front of him. 1-0. Again, 2 outs here in the top of the 8th. And last inning. And the fastball that time going to be low as well. 2-0 the count. And the fastball that time fouled out of play. 2-1 the count now.
Come on, Big Gray.
And slider that time in the left-handed batter's box. 3-1 the count now. So the 3-1 from Fisher coming up with 2 outs. And the fastball taken for strike 2. So the full count now, and the payoff pitch coming up. And that breaking ball is going to be called outside. And he'll head down to first base after the 2-out walk. So runners at first and second now. And they're going to get him on the pickoff move to second base to end the inning. So we'll head to the bottom of the 8th, where the Stars will have to score 5 runs to win it. 5. Anyway, we'll be right back. And welcome back for the bottom half of the 8th, the last half of the game today. And stepping in will be the 9-hole Ian McCubbin. Had a home run earlier today. And he'll take that first pitch outside as he looks to try and get the Stars rolling with them down by 4 here in the last half. And another fastball outside. 2-0 the count. And that fastball inside. 3-0 the count now to McCubbin. And anytime you're down by this much with just a half inning, really just have to go and do the solo shot's not going to win it, so. And that'll be a full count now following the called strike. So the payoff pitch to McCubbin coming up, no outs. And that one will be outside for ball 4. So he'll get the Stars started off with a leadoff walk here in the bottom of the 8th. And they'll bring in the top of the lineup with Tanner Powell coming to hit. Powell, another member of the Stars with a home run today. 3-run shot to center field. And he'll take the first pitch high, ball 1. And the fastball that time going to be at the knees for strike 1. Evens things up at 1-1. And runner on first with nobody out. And that one's lined into left center gap. It's going to get down near the wall. It'll be at least a double. McCubbin going past third. He's headed home. And the throw home will not be in time. Powell heads for third. And he will be tagged out at third, trying to stretch a double into a triple. He'll give the Stars a run, but he'll also be called out and give them their first out, trying to get third base. Now bring in the first baseman, Bo Cootencooler, with 1 out. And he'll take the first pitch fastball away, ball 1. And another fastball away, 2-0 the count now. And that fastball going to be called up, 3-0 the count now.
Come on, Bo.
And that fastball going to be called strike. So 3-1 the count now to Cootencooler. And that fastball finds the zone as well. So another full count here with 1 out here in the bottom of the 8th. And that one's into center field. And the center fielder ranging back settles under it. And he will make the catch for the second out. So the Stars now down to their last out here as the designated hitter, Justin Szymanski, comes in. So Szymanski coming in represents the last hope for the Stars here to keep it alive and try and pass the bat along. And the first pitch fastball low and away, ball 1. And another fastball away, 2-0 now. And another fastball away, 3-0 the count now to Szymanski. And fastball that time finds the zone, 3-1. And another fastball. This one outside, so he'll head down to first base, earns himself a walk. And that'll bring in the cleanup hitter, Cam Laverne, with 2 outs and a runner on. And in the on-deck circle, representing the tying run, is Cade Rohde, as Laverne takes the first pitch strike on the outside part of the plate. 0-1 the count. And that one lined into left. It's going to get down in front of the left fielder, and they'll play station to station as they're able to get the tying run to the plate.
Put the ball in orbit. Let's go. Let's go, Rhodey. Out here, Rhodey.
And Rhodey stepping into the box. Runners at first and second, 2 out here in the bottom of the 8th. And first pitch swung on, and it's down the left field line, and it's going to fall. And they're going to say it hit in foul territory. Battles down the third baseline, doesn't know any of the umpiring signals, so took some time to figure it out. 0-1 the count. So 0-1 the count. 2 outs. And that one lined at the second baseman, and he will field it and throw to first in time for the final out of the ball game. And that'll be the end of it, with the final score 3 Rivers 13, SouthArk 10.